Hello and welcome to episode 13, part 2. Sorry, pardon me, of our Hunter playthrough. We find ourselves in Booty Bay in Stranglethorn Vale, and our first task really is to look for a Gnomeregan dungeon group. Hopefully one won't be too difficult to find. Is looking not most optimistic.
What's up? Keep it real.
Trouble is, does not seem
What do you
to
need?
be an exactly smooth
Strength.
moment for finding a Gnomeregan group. So we'll fly up to Grongol and go and hand in the quests in the camp up here. What is with people trying to do Gnomeregan at a level that just invites ramp aggro? Like the final boss, it's 34, isn't it? It's 34. What? Why are you trying to do it 3 levels down? I don't get it.
What can I do for you? Stop.
What do you need? Order. Strength and honor. For the Horde! Zug. Strength! Speak, friend. Be safe. Blood and thunder. Strength.
General supplies, arrows.
Blood and thunder.
I suppose I should actively start replacing.
Farewell.
Try and get this group going. Two. What? Where did that group come from? Just the other important thing actually is to it. Hang on. Hmm. That was weird. There was a tank here in a full group, but they seem to have not.
Hello. See you soon. Be good. Safe travels. Keep your feet on the ground.
Um, just want to check Nomragan. Meal, gloves. But the stuff for underwater breathing is super great into thing. Terrible. Equally terrible. Unders anyway. It's amazing for melee DPS. The proc is pretty frequent. Like when I was leveling the warrior, it outperformed a lot of things, but for a considerable amount of time as well. Grand Pummeler is whatever. Oh right, okay. So this is really good, but it's rare mob time, so and then random enchant nonsense stuff. Yeah, fine. Just a tank then.
What can I do for you? See you soon. What's on your mind? Safe travels. Be good.
Annoying that like there was a tank here before. Mm. The trouble is, yeah. Trouble is finding a tank. Know what else to do. Like, I mean, at this point, it'll do. It's not ideal by any stretch of the imagination, but um, good, good. Just want to make sure. West, west. Yeah. Like the rest of those don't. Well, I mean, we should have plenty of off tanks, regardless.
Glory to the Horde.
Um, I'm pretty sure they are enhancement. Yeah, like they've got. They're booned. Like they've got all of the alchemy buffs. It's fine. We'll be able to have off tanks and pet tanks and rogue stuns and whatever. It's fine. Um, abandon that one. Since we're probably going to do other things before going to Badlands anyway. But Badlands won't be for a few levels. Oh, and we can hand in Investigator Camp too.
Talk to me. Hurry back.
Yes, that's fine.
Go.
Ratchet, ratchet.
Time is money, friend. Glad I could help. What's up? Hurry back. Glad I could help.
And there's the transponding device. Okay, they're on the boat then. That's nice. We're almost all ready to go. Excellent. That's weird, isn't it? Like, you ask in guild if anyone wants to go to Noma again. No answer. Oh, no, he did send me a whisper in the end. didn't Awesome. Right, let's get this show on the road. Yeah, I'm not getting that opened anytime soon. So let's put our random encrusted objects useful. Not going to have any rockfall deaths here. Like assuming they've got spells to pull things out with. Rogues can use their throwing weapons or whatever. And the druid should have feral fairy fire by now anyway. But a lot of these are just normal mobs, regardless. There we go. Kaboom. Well, soon. 5. There we are. Rock's done. There's no one wants it. Come on. There we go. No, don't fight up there. Oh. never get understand why people are so impatient. Like, just don't go up there. That's a shame. Just a green. Okay. So next we do the escort quest. Wonder what that could be. Stamina, spirit, shoulders. Yeah. So now we need to find the quest NPC. Oh, it's right here. Is it plate? Just no. There we go. Quest done. Can be completed elsewhere. Now we run back again. This is... People can like get stuck in a route and don't bother exploring necessarily. And we just go back down the way we were just at. Now we just cross the room, out the door, and we save, clearing that for the end. to see the viscous fallout wherever it's pathing. It's pathing away from us right now. Oh, it's going to come to us. Just wait and be patient. Is all we need to do. Okay. It's immune to poison. Makes sense. Dick walkers. Oh, it's good. It's good for damage or healing. Surprised. My healer didn't want it. Why wouldn't they want it? They're like, weird. Why would you want to heal with strength stamina gear? I am very confused. Why are you wearing strength and stamina boots as a healing spec? Oh, they don't seem to be talking, so... Okay. Mechanicals immune to the poison. Makes sense. No, it's not to 5 or 6. Yes. Yep.
Electric justice.
That. Yeah, it's immune. Shop E. Yep. Apparently we won that. I'm surprised that people would be passing on it. There we go. Now, what I find still really rather funny is that this shaman is buffed up with all pots, has the dual. I know world buffs are booned at the moment, but it's buffed up with all pots. Has corpse maker, yeah, level 29 weapon, and we're still matching their damage with a scoped +2 venom strike. Level 19. It's a weapon that's 10 levels lower than them. We just need to anyway.
Warning! Warning! Intruder alert! Intruder alert!
Um, okay. Just ah. Why are we? Hmm, oops. Right, Well, not if you go through. Where is it? Here's the map. So we've come down here, but just go here. Like it's easier. I mean, you have to clear more to go this way than you do. Um, let me- like what? Oops. Oops. Fine. So, like the other way, you go, where is it? Down that hallway, along there, and then down that way. I mean, this way, I suppose you get to the lift as an escape reset point, I guess.
Warning, warning. Intruder alert. Intruder alert.
There is a patrol, and we don't know exactly where there's a patrol. Yeah, right. We need the agents for the ring drops anyway. I'd rather be safer. It's only like one pack, so there anyway. Yes, but need eight. Need- No tab targeting here, of course. I'd rather have something with agility on. Like that's good, but no, not multi-shotting here, not doing any of the crazy. Just killing them mob by mob. This is how good this bow is. Like, it's competing with Shaman with Core Maker. You know, it's that solid. Wait. Um, oh. Mm. Right, this is Gnomeregan.
Warning! Warning! Intruder alert! Intruder alert!
There we go. Ring drop. Like, there are so many agents that if you do clear this section, you generally get it. It's not a guarantee, but like, you know,
usurpers! Nomergan is mine! My machines are the future! They'll destroy you all! Explosions! More explosions! I gotta have more explosions!
Yeah, it's almost like, why would you possibly want to here you could just run back up the stairs and around the corner and you'd be there. This way we've got to go all the way around the room. Something.
Warning! Warning! Intruder alert! Intruder alert!
And then all the way back around that way. But through a section that we also haven't cleared. Just don't know if people care about that, but it's rather rubbish to like get the ring drop and then to accidentally destroy it. Like like it still cleans it and you still get a ring out of it.
Warning, intruder alert, intruder alert.
But you would then need to subsequently get exactly the same quest item to drop again in order to complete the quest, and it's not guaranteed. So you do just want to make sure that it's handed in at the beginning. Could you tank in a more inconvenient spot? Possibly. And now you move it on top of me again. God, this haunted this this druid tank is I'm not going to does nobody answer questions? Right. I still don't think it's worth. I still don't think it's worth doing that. You just don't. You don't get anything that's that good. Silver ore, which you don't need. rough stone, heavy stone, but it's just one heavy stone for 3 silver. It's just not worth it. Booty Bay, Orgrimmar. Orgrimmar.
Well met.
Okay. Yep, Shadow Gem. Quest hand-ins. Don't want the grinding across the object. Keep the bronze tubes though.
Goodbye.
I want to deliver the parts. But there's also a ton of other stuff. Yeah, okay. I know what we can do. We can fly down, sorry, run down. See? We'll go down through the Shimmering Flats, hand in the parts quest, get the Tanaris flight point, and then fly up to Orgrimmar from there. I think there's a slightly faster flight path that's direct between the two, and we can use that anyway. And that will get us the Tripper and Dungarees, which are amazing. They're leather legs that see us into the, is it level 50s, I think? Oh, I failed this. So that was good. Guess we'll check the crater.
You're back. Interest you on a pint? What's on your mind?
Hi, how are you? Off and away. All right, then. Very good.
How are you? Be good.
Awesome. Okay. Now we can come down this way. Then a house scent. I think this one is actually in the water there. Is that? I don't know how viable it is to mob avoid. That is not very easily. Right. So go and check the
I got what you need.
chair here. 2-2. Let's go.
Be good.
Well, uh, uh,
Good day to you. Very well then.
And where do we want to go? We want to go to White Point or Grammar.
Throw hall. May your blade.
Track White. Right, let's see. Um, yeah, I mean what they're asking, be an officer. It's like, I mean, what like until we get the hunter to 60, like that works. Obviously, if I'm leveling an alliance character, that's going to take take a huge amount of time, or I'm not even, although I'm online, I wouldn't even be in their guild, or even like their faction side. So yeah, and how far away are we from 60 on the hunter? Um, and it's about we've been going a bit more slowly on the hunter just because I've had an awkward lack of playtime. About 25 real-time days to 60 I've been making, I think.
What are you looking for?
And what is it? It's Silver Bar. Is it the Moss Agate? I think it is Moss Agate, and I think I used the Moss Agate, didn't I?
Dabu.
Right.
Hey, how you doing? Keep it real. Have a good one.
There they are, the Trip Runner
Be good.
dungarees.
Have a good one.
Fantastic things.
Keep it real.
Yeah, some Moss Agate.
Be good.
Time is money, friend. Keep it real.
Time is money, friend. Keep it real.
Yo. Glad I could help.
I mean, agility and stamina and the strength as well. Awesome. Stick the ring in the bank. And then we can also go and use the kit, the armor kit on those. As we
Valhalla. Victory. Speak, friend. For the Horde. Mukra.
right, don't need that anymore. Then we've got that one, and I have it.
Farewell.
Okay. Chest, legs, hands, or feet. Well, it's not going to be hands. Feet will probably be around for a while. Chest won't be. Oh,
Speak.
So things be in order.
Drink.
Just need another moss agate from mining. And then
Sug sug.
we need to go back down to Booty Bay.
Go with honor.
To check what is available. Yeah, we'll go to Booty Bay first.
Lokar.
Get a ratchet.
Dabu.
Yeah, that seems fair and reasonable. I don't mind helping out. It's a decent guild. It's run by yeah. Oh, I need arrows. Oh, I say arrows. There's no so we just buy from Booty Bay. even entirely certain who the other officers are. Talent point. Yeah. Imbrgan done. And crawl is done. And the next thing, next step really is library into armory and into cathedral eventually. Good. Got a couple of quests to hand in here. And we also need to check stores for recipes.
King's honor, friend.
Okay. Nothing particularly interesting.
Go with honor, friend.
I have a deal for you.
I
Hurry
supply
back.
only the finest goods. Have a good one.
Okay, the rock scale card in. They don't have
I
any
supply
better
only the finest
quivers,
goods.
do they? Oh. Vaguely better.
Be careful.
I got what you need. Keep it real.
Tube, Aiden. Okay. Good to know.
Time is money, friend. Keep it real. Glad I could help. Talk to me. Keep it real. Yo! Hurry back!
That's dream dust in the swamp.
Keep it real! What's up? Hurry back! Glad I could help!
Everything else is too high.
Loktar. Go forth.
Light up Grumgol then. Start with the Panther quests and things. So we're done with dungeons for the moment, I guess. The next goal is to hit probably 38. Or doing more Scarlet Monastery at least. Maybe 39. Well done, Ice. And what? Nice to see you again. You just got a level 1 paladin to the instance portal of RFC and lived to tell the tale. Was it worth it? I know you can do like a jump thing through the side and like roof of Orgrimmar or something. Alright, yes, well, that would be a faster way of doing it. If that's where it takes you. And what are you going to do with a level 1 paladin there? Question. Right, okay. Just going to emote at them.
For the horde.
Relax. Later. See ya later. Be seeing ya. You be careful, man.
Isn't it a real... I suppose it wouldn't be that bad, actually. Would it? You'd... To do it as Alliance, you'd... swim down from Westfall to Booty Bay, and then go from Booty Bay to Ratchet, and then jump off the boat immediately it's zoned in and swim the Durotar coast. Yeah, that's not too bad. Yeah, I mean, it's slightly longer than is required for Horde to get to Deb Mines, but it's not that much further. And you need to go to and get the Booty Bay flight point at some time anyway, so...
Stay away from the voodoo. How you doing, man? Okie dokie. Be seeing ya. Okie dokie.
That all makes a decent amount of sense. And you're thinking about making a gnome mage. Is your priest still alive, or just mage as an alt?
What do you need? For the horde.
Alright, so you reckon the... I mean, the paladin would have a lot of AoE threat. That is for certain. They'd be far more likely to be able to handle tanking, and like actually tanking mage AoE. Yeah, a lot of tanks do struggle with AoE threat. And druids aren't too bad. even they do struggle on like really big packs because claw only hits 3 targets. It is. And it's like if you're talking a warrior tank, you can go in and you can hit your berserker stance whirlwind damage, which hits 4 things. You can do your shouts, which provides minimal AoE threat in general, but that's it. That is literally all you can do. If somebody's going to be doing spamming like high damage AoE, you are going to rip the threat off a warrior. The most that they can really do is taunt spam, get it back again. Paladin threat is high, from what I remember. Well, and from what I've had people say as well.
Hello. See you around.
Greetings. For the Alliance.
Yeah, I think there are... Well, Paladin tanks are quite a popular thing to see. And I think they're effective and they are good in general. They just obviously don't have a taunt. And oh, can I ask, do you hear the sound properly? I'd like to know if I fixed it. That's good. You can hear the game sounds is the main point. Good, good. I don't know why, but it seemed to be struggling. And when I was looking into it, it just seemed to not be like broadcasting any game sound at all. And all I did was mess around with different volume settings. And it eventually just the sound came back. But I don't know whether it was the volume settings or the fact that I unplugged the headset that I use and plugged it back in again. It's very odd. But as long as it's working now, that's the important thing. Part of me wants to level Paladin as a tank myself. But I don't know whether that would be a particularly smart idea or not. I don't know enough of the difference in speed between ret in questing and prot in questing. Like at low level there's probably not much difference. But I would imagine it becomes more pronounced as you progress. Apparently Retribution is the fastest leveling spec for the Paladin. I don't know. I mean, people ranted and raved to me about how Warrior was, you know, got super good after level 40 when you got Mortal Strike, and it was just so underwhelming. You know, I got sold this dream of being able to push a button and do something really great. And then I hit 40 and dual wield arms was still better than two-handed arms. I mean, I don't really mind like what its DPS output is necessarily. What I mostly care about is it being some level of interesting. Like I was very surprised by how dull Warrior was to play, for example. As well, tanking's interesting, but like actually leveling and questing was like, you know, what are you doing? There are just so few buttons, and Retribution, I'm concerned, is actually even fewer buttons than Warrior. Yeah, that's the thing though. I tried doing the multiple mob thing, and it was just bad because it was less efficient to fight multiple mobs. Like, yeah, yes, you kill two things, but you took more damage killing those two things in the same amount of time as if you'd killed them one by one. They'd still both be dead, and but you'd then be able to pull something else after it as well. Like you could chain pull more, doing them one at a time. Not the level 60 dungeons. I did a full Blackrock Depths quest run, complete with returning to Orgrimmar to hand in quests along the way, which would have been a fully complete quest run, finishing everything. But the warrior who was there with us decided to finish Princess rather than save her, as we had asked. So I didn't, although I completed the Save Princess quest, he then killed her after the boss was dead. So I couldn't actually talk to her to hand in the quest that I'd completed. Which was rather frustrating. But it was nice to do like the whole dungeon all at once. The
Hey there.
full thing is on YouTube, of course,
Safe travels.
at what is it, /Tridac30. I don't know what dungeon to do next. I've had a much more sort of restricted playtime this last week and a half or so. And it's meant that I've had to focus more on the hunter leveling than warrior dungeons. I do want to do more because I do enjoy the tanking. So I'll probably try and do some lower Blackrock Spire runs next. Try and get some starter gear going. And then maybe try and get some UBRS done. Rebus, yes. The Hand of Justice dropped from BRD, and I won that. That was insanely fortuitous. You know the drop rate on that, right? It's absurdly low. Let me just check it to make sure that I've actually got it correct. Yeah, so it's roughly a 3% drop rate. So when I say rare, I mean like insanely rare. Like people run like Angerforge, but 5 runs an hour doing arena Angerforge to try and get the low drop rate items. And you can run it for weeks and not even see it drop, let alone actually win it. But most of the warrior like best in slot stuff will come from lower Blackrock Spire and upper Blackrock Spire. Yes, it can drop from the Emperor as well, but it can also drop from General Angerforge. I know that the drops change slightly between phases. So depending on what phase the servers are in, the drop chances and the bosses that it drops from change. I think until the most recent phase it couldn't drop from the Emperor at all. It was only Angerforge. But in this phase it's both of them, as I understand it. Right. Don't know if the Sloot has a suggestion on drop chance. So apparently from the Emperor, the Atlas Loot reckons it's a 15% chance. I'm not sure how accurate that is. And it doesn't have it listed for Angerforge at all. But I can confirm it certainly does drop in this phase from Angerforge because I've got it on video. I thought Wowhead did do. Sure, hang on. I mean, it might just be because of yeah, they've just got it as Emperor Dagran Tharasi, and there's a 13% chance. I think it's probably because it was changed like so long ago that it's only for like phase 1 and phase 2 that it's Angerforge only, I think. And then is it phase 3 we're in now? And then it swaps to the Emperor, but with obviously with a really super low chance of it being droppable from Angerforge still. I don't know exactly what day I got it on. It wasn't very long ago. I got it after the most recent update, I think.
Need help? Light bless you. Be careful.
Can have a look and tell you. Um, 6 days ago is when I uploaded it to YouTube, so it was around a week ago that I did the run. Yeah, so it's already droppable by the Emperor. That's my point. The shift to have it available from the Emperor as a drop has already happened. I know I've heard some people say that once the Emperor can drop it, Angerforge can't anymore. But that is not quite the case. I think it's just a much lower chance. Sadly, it's best in slot DPS, but it's not best in slot tanking. I think I already had that. Yeah, I should be able to be back more on track by Tuesday, I reckon. there'll be more opportunity to do some stable dungeon runs in the time that's available. So I'd definitely start with Lower Blackrock Spire. I wouldn't want to start with Strat or Scalomance. Those, it would probably be doable, but it would be better to obtain some starter max sort of end game gear first. It's pretty near the beginning. He's the boss that you see all those fire guard clips from, where people pull him up the stairs. So you go through the room with the mechanism in to close the bridge. You go across the bridge, and then he's the first boss that's there on the left. It's really easy to get to him, which is why people tend to do Angerforge plus arena runs to try and get the Savage Gladiator chain from Arena and Hodge, the Hand of Justice from Angerforge. You see a lot of groups looking for like 5 times runs in an hour for that. Good. The Alliance player's gone the other way. We've got enough Panthers here to complete. Grab, well, there's 2 Panthers left. And we only need 1. Fine. as far as dungeon progression goes, it'll be Lower Blackrock Spire, Upper Blackrock Spire, and then possibly some Diamol before Cello and Strat, I expect. Let's go. Plus. Yeah. One Strangle, one Tiger. Right. It's training. Mend Pet. And more Arcane Shot. Okay. Right. I don't know if you're there, Ice, but there's a little known thing that you might find interesting. How you can chain your pet instructions. Yeah, so if I show you, I've got that axe thrower all the way over there. And I use my pet attack. And I'll send it to attack this one instead. When this dies... that wasn't close enough to begin with. So there is a range limit. But essentially... when the first one dies, your pet will remember it was attacking this one. Or should do. It did it on the two on the hill just then, which is what made me think of it. Try it that way. There we go. It was close enough that time. So it didn't get close enough to pull the mob, but it got close enough to put the mob on its own like aggro table. And so when I sent it off against the other one, once that died, it went back to the first target. People can sometimes find that a little bit confusing. I mean, your pet doesn't really have an aggro radius, you know, apart from when you've turned it on aggressive, I guess. But there's something about the way, you know, you've given it the attack instruction, and it's got within a certain range of the mob, so that it knows that that's what it's going to do. And when you change its command to go and do something else, because it got within that certain range, it doesn't forget that it wants to attack that creature, and so it goes back to it. You'll see a lot of people, even quite experienced hunter players, or I mean, it affects warlock pets as well. But even quite long-term players aren't always aware that that's how it works. So is it useful? It's useful definitely as far as avoiding unwanted pulls. So say you wanted to pull a mob, and then at the last second you saw that a patrol was coming, and you targeted something else and said, actually no, attack that instead. Knowing what's going to happen at the end, you need to know that you have to have you either want to put your pet on passive or give it a follow command or something to prevent it going back and attack. Yeah, it's more relevant in dungeons for sure. But if you didn't know, you know you'd happily just think, oh, you know, I put in the next command, it's fine, I told it to attack something else. And then combat will end, and you'll relax, and your pet's off dying to something that's going to aggro and pull to the whole group. I mean, it can also be interesting if you want to set up a particular chain pull. You want to kill mobs in a particular order. I will be the first to admit it's really not very relevant most of the time. But I do consider it something it's just important to know as a pet class. Yeah, I've got my pet attack bound to Hunter's Mark in a macro. So sort of doing the same. But I thought you'd find that interesting.
King's honor, friend.
You seem to like little known information.
Go with honor, friend.
Can I
I certainly find that
be careful?
sort of stuff really interesting.
Have a good one.
Yeah, I like a lot of people will remember their pet just running off and attacking something seemingly for no reason. And depending what's occurred, this can very much be the cause of that. But unless you knew about it, it would be very hard to kind of spot it and replicate it and figure out that that's actually what was going on. Particularly as you saw, it is to a degree like proximity based. And so, unless you knew that as well, you might think that it was some sort of erratic bug.
Great to meet you.
Just need that one quest, open quest slot. Trying to decide what to get rid of. There we go. We can pick up the quest test of law in Undercity later for when we do a Scarlet Monastery. Yes, yeah. He wanted to pull it up normally, and I asked him directly, do you know what happens when you pull the boss up here? And he was like, I've done it loads. Yeah, but do you know what happens when you pull the boss up here? Do you actually know what happens? And so many people are blissfully unaware that those fire guards spawn there. And all it takes is one shaman totem or a slow party member that's drinking while the group moves on, and all of a sudden everything goes wrong. And it's not like it's uncommon that it's one of the more frequently occurring clips on, well, you know, on the hardcore death channels. Yeah, 6 of them. They just stand still. They're down the corridor behind a corner. Like unless you go looking for them, or unless the boss goes wrong, and you try and run away, you're never going to see them. But if the boss does go wrong and you try and run away, or there's a totem left behind, or you've got like just your mage or healer drinking while the rest of the group moves on, then when you pull Angerforge up the stairs, those 6 fire guards will spawn, aggro, and that'll be it, essentially. It's quite clear why it's there. You know, it's intended to stop you like kiting the boss ridiculously and making it too easy. And it's generally not seen. You know, it's not something that's really a thing. But it can be very dangerous, and it's very important to be aware of it. And especially on hardcore, it's just not worth getting all the way to 60 and then risking your character on something needless. Because all that pull does is skip 1 pack of 2 fire guards. That's it. Yeah, but you can just run up to the door and click it and it just swings open. But that's a knowledge thing. You know, it's not locked. And there are so many like tiny bits of little knowledge stuff. Like if you do know it, then it's fine and you're safe. And if you don't know it, you might be in trouble. But there are all manner of like little reset spots and stuff, you know? Well, it's not a solid wall. It's a movable door, so you may well be able to blink through it. But you could also just run up to it and click it and it'll swing open. But it's one of those things, it's not until that you urgently need to interact with it that it becomes a pressing issue, or even something that you really think about. but suddenly, like in that moment, the door being closed and your brain like not knowing the answer to can I go through it or not. It's like any other door, like the doors in Dead Mines or whatever. You click the little cogwheel and it just instantly swings open. The door to Herod is locked by a key, though. That's why it has a casting bar, because you're using the key to unlock the door. Yeah, I do try and raise awareness of those fire guards every chance I get, because they're not, it doesn't seem like they're known about in any way at all. It's a remarkably deadly little setup. And I mean, I think I still would agree with the general assessment of it as well. Like it's not something that's ever really a problem. You can do it for runs and runs and runs and runs and runs, and there'll never be an issue. But it only takes that one time on hardcore. And for the sake of skipping just two destroyers, it's not worth it. It's because they don't know that those destroyers spawn, so they don't even know that there's a risk. And B, it's the done thing for those runs on on normal servers. So people just do it, and it's they'll have done 10, 50 runs trying to get that trinket, and it will all appear to be safe, And if you've done it that often and there's never been an issue and there's no difficulty and nothing's ever gone wrong, well, you've got no reason to question the safety or to change what you're doing, because it's been fine, right? And there's more chance that something goes wrong on Horde because you can have totems left behind. I think like that's the bigger risk. Like, because to get to the point where you can safely pull the boss, you need to clear 2 more packs. Why? Well, if the totem is directly next to where they spawn, it's a player object. So it aggroes stuff. They attack the totem because it's there, and then they go to attack the owner of the totem, which is frequently the healer. And totems last for 2 minutes, and they stay there unless they are destroyed or expire. You just have to be mindful of what you're doing. A lot of the time, the totems are fine. You need to be aware of when they have to be moved up. So if you fought something where a patrol is going to be, then you need to shift up. Like the extra spawn, it's the same as the extra spawn outside Herod's room. You know? Yeah, that's why I don't trust that anyone is going to be mindful. That's why if I'm playing with a shaman and there's an important moment like that, I will make sure myself the totems have been moved rather than rely on somebody else doing what they should do. Like it's all too easy to, even if you're a good player, to have that just one moment of forgetting to click a button and causing a wipe as a result, or at the very least making things dramatically more difficult than they need to be. Like in the case of Herod, provided your group is of appropriate level, you can happily, well, I say happily, you can kite the mobs around the stairs in a figure of 8 style, and generally be fine. Like, it's not ideal, but you can cope with it, right? But when you're talking about 6 fire guards, 2 fire guards can be dangerous. 3 fire guards can be really dangerous. 6 is just you're going. If they all turn up and nuke the healer's just getting wiped out of existence, and then it's the rest of you. So.
Well met. Safe travels. Have a good one.
Nice. So, some gloves.
What can I do for you? Keep your feet on the ground. See you soon.
But yeah, that's why people do the same thing over and over and over, because they don't know any different. But yeah, there's at least, I'm sure there's at least one of those Fireguard death clips on the Hardcore Death channel at least every couple of weeks, if not every week. What are we missing now? Tiger Mastery complete. We want the Lash Tail Raptors. And then we want to go to a vendor. I think. Yeah, so I mean, when you get near the Molten Core, and are doing the attunement quest there, you have to fight 3 destroyers at once. And you have to, I think there's, is it 3 pulls of that? And like it is dangerous. And even Double Destroyer is not the most pleasant pack to be fighting. But it's certainly manageable. But like, yes, yeah, Warlock can just banish it. And then you only have to fight 1 at a time. Or you can have a pet class off tank it, either Voidwalker or Hunter Pet. Stuns do, I think. So you can have a rogue stun lock one while the tank tanks them both. It's certainly possible to just tank them both and try and lock one down as much as possible. Even as sort of freshly geared as I was able to do that. Although I was definitely keeping an eye on my health while doing so. They could probably be gouged as well. Most mobs can. They can be feared, but you wouldn't want to fear them in that scenario. Well, not if you're fighting 2. If you're fighting 6, then fear would probably be very much advisable. But you would also want to be careful with the fear to make sure that you didn't fear them in the direction that you wanted to run in. What, Pumpy? Yeah. Yes. Yes, literally never happened apart from the many clips that you see online. I'm quite sure you could do 100 runs in there and you'd never have a problem, you know? But it's not about the runs you don't have a problem with. It's about that one run that you do have a problem because you got complacent. Like that's what it's about. Because if you get used to going in and doing that quick pull and killing the boss and running out and resetting and doing it again and doing it again, like it's only a matter of time before complacency sets in because you've done it so much. And that's when something gets forgotten. And that's when you get 6 fire guards suddenly show up and just destroy you. Sorry, not fire, they're the fire destroyers. I keep calling them guards. They guard the tunnel, but they're their destroyers. Yes, that might be it. They do certainly destroy you, though. Very, very quickly. As long as you just clear the 2 normally and pull the boss, then there isn't an issue. You know, you're like you can easily make sure, like fighting the boss down in the pit. What I mean to say is, because you're fighting the boss down the stairs in the pit, you know that there's nobody upstairs still drinking, lagging behind. You know that any totems have been moved on. Yeah? Fighting it down in the room is more about, should something go wrong, you've got room to move and do something in. Because if something goes wrong for whatever reason, and you've pulled them upstairs, that pit room is off limits. The only direction you can go is backwards down the tunnel that you came from, and that's where the danger is. Like you've cut off your escape, so there is no out anymore. There is only deal with whatever's gone wrong, or run into the destroyers and die. And I don't like that as a choice. I'd much rather have the option of safety. Because when he's low on health, a huge number of ads spawn at the top of the stairs and run down the stairs into the room, right past the 2 destroyers at the bottom of the stairs.
Strength and honor. Dabu.
So the simplest thing is just to clear them and move on with your day.
Go with honor.
If they're there, I don't know if they socially aggro or not. But if you're down in the pit and something goes wrong, if you want to go back up the stairs, you will aggro those 2 destroyers at the bottom of the stairs, because you would have had to jump down to attack the boss in order to skip them. So you've got to fight them at some point, because you need to go back up the stairs. So you may as well, rather than weirdly skip them, just clear them and fight the boss in a sensible fashion that doesn't leave you with your back to a ridiculous number of awkward mobs.
What be on your mind? Spirits.
I mean,
behold your
like a
mind.
lot of the time, you know, you pull the boss and everything's fine. You know, there's no
You be
there's no
careful.
issue. You pull him upstairs, you kill him, and that's that. You move on. It's whatever, you know, it's not even something to think about. No, the mobs that run down the stairs, they still spawn. They run towards wherever the boss is, and if you're fighting him down the stairs, they run down the stairs. If he's up the top, they run to you.
What can I help you with?
The only thing it does is attempt to avoid like clearing those 2 mobs. That's it. That's the only reason people go down there to fight him. It avoids 2 things. I really don't think it's worth avoiding 2 things at that price. It's the simplest thing to do
Dabu.
is just to clear it and continue on your way. It's really very simple. But I say, for whatever reason, people think, oh, we can skip 2 mobs. That's amazing. And that it saves what, like 45 seconds? Yes, exactly. But all of the time that it does not save, like we spent longer discussing it than it took to kill the destroyers.
What are you looking for?
I said it's not it's not worth it, is it? Yeah, exactly. Let's risk getting all the way to 60 because, you know, reasons. I mean, they don't aggro, so if the destroyers didn't spawn, it would be fine. Like you'd have an open corridor to kite back into, and it wouldn't be an issue. It really wouldn't. But it's because if something bizarrely goes wrong, I don't know, your healer disconnects mid-fight, right? What do? You've at that point you've got no option but to try and leave somehow. You know, you wouldn't want it to happen. You wouldn't expect it to happen. But sometimes disconnects occur, right? It could be a tank, it could be a healer, it could just be a DPS and it would be fine. But if an important role DCs, you need to have that option available to you. And at least if you've gone down into the pit itself, you've got something that you can do as opposed to nothing at all. You've got some space to work with.
Be safe.
But yeah, ultimately it's just not worth risking your entire journey to 60 over less than a minute of playtime. But like people will still like argue over it really quite with a really strong opinion, which I always find quite funny. I mean, I do think Pumpy's generally a decent player. Like he does know what he's talking about for a lot of stuff. So I wouldn't expect to see him die particularly. I think he has lost. Did he lose a 60 mage already? He's in the guild, so. I think he's still got the old character in the guild, does he? No, the old character's gone. I think he had a 60 mage before. Yeah, I get what you're saying, Ice. Pumpy, as I said, is in the guild I'm in, and that is somewhat their attitude in general. Not an attitude I'm overly keen on. I will say. For the most part, I said they they do know what they're talking about. No, the trouble is, if you start trying to like overly call out someone like that in the middle of a run, it can cause more disruption and danger than saying less. You know? Oh, I meant to ask actually, was it your group and Tank that was on I saw an alderman run where the tank died too. Yeah, I thought it probably was because you mentioned the door thing. I must say I've seen the tank streamer in clips before, and they're not somebody I would generally be comfortable letting tank a dungeon, I must say. Yeah. Yeah, definitely loves to charge. Yeah, you just can't. you can't. It's not something that you can do totally safely, unfortunately. It did look very much as though he stopped in an unsafe spot. I don't think it was anything that the group as a whole did. I mean, he chose to engage a group in a narrow corridor when there was a patrol coming up the narrow corridor, and he then chose to not run away from the patrol and kite back, but instead to just sort of let it happen. Yeah, I don't know exactly what was going through his head. I noticed he sort of said after the patrol blatantly walked straight up the corridor and into the rest of the mobs you were fighting. Oh, how did that happen? How did that happen? And I was like, what do you mean? How did it happen? Like they just walked into you and you saw them coming and you didn't move. Yeah, it's not the casters there that you have to be worried about, it's the large elites that are very much melee and hit really hard. I wasn't looking at your Frost Nova cooldown, but I'm pretty sure they're immune to a lot of that, aren't they? Yeah, well, I mean that's just people with a lack of knowledge calling out someone for stuff that they don't know what they're talking about. Clearly, you can point at them and laugh. Yeah, I mean, from what I saw, the only thing I really wish you'd have done was go to the door and go through it, because you were decently far ahead of everybody else. Again, you know, we've talked about that. It's just you can't do anything about it. I saw him, the tank guy in another clip recently as well. What was he doing? Oh, sorry, he was in the Cat's Eye Emerald, I think it was, tunnels. Or similar. Ran in, aggroed 3 mobs while being like 55-60% health. That's too many. Oh no, I'm dead. Well, I'm done with this game. it's oh dear. It's clearly not the mindset to have while playing warrior on hardcore.
Mogra. May your blades never dull.
Like he was clearly like zoned out, like not really paying attention, too busy talking and not busy enough thinking. Like, you can talk, absolutely do talk, but like you can't especially on a warrior, I think, I get so absorbed in talking to your chat or whatever that you miss paying attention to really crucial details. Time played. I mean, the real question is not how many characters has he got to 60, it's how many has he lost doing that. You know? Like, it's possible to luck through and survive with the charging. Yeah, I mean, it's not... I don't think it's tremendously difficult to remain alive in hardcore. A lot of it has to do with decision making and what risks you take, you know, and analysing what risks are worth taking and what aren't.
Well, be careful. Farewell.
Well, yes, exactly. Especially at low level as a warrior, you don't want to charge in versus multiple mobs. I mean, it struck me that the character, that warrior he was leveling, potentially had better than normal gear because he was able to charge into 2 mobs and not come off terribly badly.
How are you?
So I didn't look to see whether it was self-found or anything.
See you soon.
But I got the impression that it had auction house gear or something on it. Oh, it was self-found, okay. I just remember being that level and being much more cautious. Like I'd fight the one mob, and like if I pulled a second one like part way through the fight, then I'd probably fight it. But if I pulled like 2 right at the start, I'd probably reset. Yeah, I mean, and what he was doing is playing with fire. I mean, as a warrior, your only escape is how much health you've got and how long it takes the mobs that are chasing you to whittle that down. And you've got a lot of armor, so you've got more of a health timer than other classes do, but equally you don't really have any proper crowd control, especially when you're really low level. And so if you don't have that luxury of CC, I mean, you got hamstring, but that only does so much.
Mopra. Farewell.
But you have to be respectful of where you are, how much damage mobs put out. And if you're in the middle of that cave, you not only have to think about how many things you're pulling and fighting, you're also having to think about if something goes wrong and I need to run and leave the cave, are there going to be respawns? Like, that's what you're really concerned about. Keeping your health high enough to be able to deal with what you're pulling so that you don't have to risk running out. And you know, you need to have that respawn timer lurking in the back of your head somewhere so that you know when it's going to start getting more risky than it otherwise is. But I mean, you could see if, with how he was playing, that he wasn't respecting the fact that he was in a cave, or where the mobs were, or, you know, considering that he might want to attack one with a ranged weapon and pull it back, or anything like that.
Talk to
And
me. Hurry back.
if you disrespect what's going on
Glad I could help.
that frequently and that much, then it's inevitably going to lead to your demise. But I mean, I don't know if he's gone again, but he did say that he was done with the game at the end of that clip.
Yo. Have a good one. Keep it real. Be good.
So he charged in again, and did he die this time?
Interesting.
Or did he manage to survive? Right, okay, you were there to heal him. Yeah.
Glad I could help.
Yeah, well, I would not feel safe.
Time is money, friend.
That's all. That's all. With them tanking. That's all I can really. All I can really say.
Have a good one.
He didn't realize he charged. Yeah, well, I think he needs to change his key bindings, or alternatively force himself to ranged pull in certain situations. by the sound of it, because like, unless you force yourself to take the action, if you're one of these players who just permacharges, you won't realize that you're necessarily doing it. You're just mindlessly, and not mindlessly, like it's muscle memory. You'll just push the button and you'll do it, and you won't even think twice about it. Ultimately, the only way you'll live more is by changing his playing habits.
Maya.
Like, I deliberately stopped charging on the warrior so that I could get used to having minimal rage
Be good.
while tanking dungeons. So there are two ways you gain initial rage without charging. The first is by having essentially a rage generating mob. So you leave one thing alive and you hit it. You hit it while you're waiting to do other stuff. You pull it to the next pack. Keep your rage high so that you don't leave combat. And if you don't do that, you use Bloodlust. So you get a burst of like 10 initial rage and then rage over time. And that's got a cooldown of a minute, I thought, or 2 minutes, or whatever it is. A minute. I think it must be a minute because Battle Shout's 2 minutes. And other than that, where you walk in and let things hit you, and you get angry. But it's why you see lots of stance dancing, because a lot of tanks will charge and switch to defensive. But if you don't want to charge and you want to ranged pull to lure things back, then you'll need to use your ranged weapon and get things to come to you. And then have things hit you. But not all DPS are willing to wait for that to happen, unfortunately. I don't know how much of the Blackrock Depth thing you watched, but the tank was there. Not tank, so the other warrior that was there while I was tanking explicitly said to me that they hated tanking and really didn't like doing it. And yet they spent most of the dungeon charging in and ripping threat off me instantly, and as effectively tanking themselves.
Macaw.
Yes, it's a terrible habit. It's one of the things which causes the most wipes possible in dungeons, essentially. And it's also something that can get you killed in the open world just as easily. I'm firmly of the belief that if you want to charge, it needs to be a conscious decision that you make, not something that you do on autopilot. Because it's usually the autopilot people that die and then go, oh, this game is terrible, it's ridiculous. Well, you know, you could have lived and you chose not to. I mean, you know, what more can I say? Absolutely. If you're, it's all about situation. If it's widely spread out neutral mobs that are going to be no issue at all, then sure.
Troll Hall. For the Horde.
But it's not where things are nicely spread out that it becomes a problem. Where things are probably clustered together that people still do it anyway.
Time is money, friend. Keep it real.
Usually because they've got used to doing it in other situations and think it's fine. Yeah. That costs 50. Hang on. Natural armor 330. Okay, it's an extra 100. Makes sense. 1370. Really? I mean, it's a symptom and an indicator generally of sort of more general underlying problem with their approach to the hardcore game. Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely. Like there are definitely points in dungeons where I know that charging in would probably be fine, and that it would be absolutely, yeah, not a problem to do. But equally, it's often still safer to do a ranged attack and pull back. I mean, I will definitely like run in and body pull, like packs that I know are going to be acceptably safe to pull that way. But if there's, you know, if there's risk around, it just makes more sense to take the smarter option. Yes, well, it's frustrating as a tank when that happens. I mean, essentially, when you're tanking, you have to kind of get a sense for how the group want to play as well as how you want to play. And in the case of some groups, you end up more like playing goalkeeper than actually tanking. Like if you've got a strong AoE mage that wants to AoE burst and doesn't care what they're doing, then they're going to do it anyway. You're not going to have threat on anything, and the best you can do is to try and taunt like the most dangerous thing off them. Right, I'm gonna retake that Test of Lore quest so I don't forget it. Yeah, like some groups will listen, some groups won't. Like I did a Sunken Temple run. I did 2 Sunken Temple runs. And I took the same hunter to both of them.
What do you require?
On the warrior.
Beware the
And I didn't notice it so much on the first run, but on the second run, every single pull I did, they would immediately multi-shot. And then they'd wait until the mobs had like almost run to and reached them while I was trying to chase after stuff, trying to pick things up. And then they'd feign death. And it just spread the mobs like all over the place. And it made tanking remarkably difficult. And just for no reason. No, I haven't. I never kicked anyone out of a group on the warrior. Never disbanded a group.
I have exactly what you need. Do not seek death.
The only time that I've felt like I should have replaced someone in a group was in that rather doomed run in Dead Mines on the Druid. When we had that Paladin healer. That should definitely have been replaced. Like, it just was not viable. Well, or at least that particular healer was definitely not viable. But yeah, that's the only time I've ever had to kick someone. Other than that, I've just put a group together, gone along, done the dungeon, been successful, and continued on my way. And as far as Horde gameplay is concerned, I think of all the dungeons I did on the Warrior, only one sort of really felt dodgy, and that was the Alderman run with that with a Druid healer. The one where I was mid-body pulling multiple mobs, and they put up both regrowth and rejuve on me mid-pull. I was very unimpressed with that. I've got no aggro at all, and you've just put a regrowth on me. So why would you do that? Yeah. So you did Dead Mines today, and the Warlock kept sending his Voidwalker into the boss fight before the tanks. Oh. Yeah, I mean that's a player issue, isn't it? I mean you need to decide as a group if that's acceptable or not. If it's not acceptable, you need to get them to stop it. If they still won't listen, then depending on how far through the dungeon you are, you might want to replace them. Or if the dungeon's mostly done, you might just have to suck it up and let them be there. And especially in Dead Mines, make sure that they don't pull the whole boat. Yeah, that's... I mean... Like, I could see that. I could see it happening just from the way he described what he was doing already. It shouldn't be that predictable. Like, if it's that predictable and they won't listen to people telling them really not to do it, then that you should remove them from the group, because you don't want the whole boat. You really, really do not want that.
Watch your back.
Hello. I'm listening. Trust no one.
What is it?
Okay. Well, that is all I've got time for tonight. I think it's getting on for 3 a.m. So, I probably won't be on much tomorrow. Maybe for an hour or so. Unlikely to be streaming Saturday, and should probably be back online Sunday evening. I'll see how much of the Hillsbrad Foothills quests can get done tomorrow. No guarantee that it'll be much though. So yeah, I need to sleep. So all that's left for me to say again is thank you very much for watching. It's been nice talking to you, Ice. And I will see you next time.